Good morning, Franz. How you doing? Fantasy 45 stream streak. Neff on a 45 stream streak. Wow, oh my god. Conk Lobster was first. Well, Fantasy was here earlier as usual. Neff got a hug from Fantasy. Good morning, everybody. I did a little bit of work on the painting last night. I finished that little tree up front. Well, finished is a term. It's not quite done, but it's getting there. I went grocery shopping with my brother yesterday and I found this fascinating product. Delicious product. And it's just these, like, slow, dry roasted shiitake mushrooms. They're literally mushroom chips. There might be a stream tomorrow. I'll see what happens. But it'll be an hour at most because I've got my appointment in the morning. Where's my notepad? Yeah, I got my appointment at 11:30 in the morning, and I have to be there before that, of course, and then I have to leave prior to that to, well, actually get there because it's pretty far away. And my brother made an appointment for 9:30 in the morning, much further away than that. So, depending on how things go, either my brother's taking me or my dad's taking me. So, yeah. It's just one of those things. But, yeah. I should probably get my medication. I picked up my ADHD meds yesterday. Finally. And then in another 20 days, I'm going to have to go get more of them. Yay, drugstore bags. Oh, paper noises. Everybody, take your meds and your vitamins. But yeah, mushroom chips. I found mushroom chips, and they're really good. They're just whole shiitake mushrooms, and they've got like a seasoning on them, and they're dry roasted to be like super crunchy. They're really expensive, but oh god, they're so delicious. I say really expensive, but really they're not that expensive because you're not gonna hold on, counting. You're not gonna eat the entire bag at once. You get like 3 or 4 mushrooms and you're good. But we all know my joke. Fungus is my favorite food group, and they're really good. Okay, there's our maracas taken. They could be a little less sweet. I find them a bit sweet. I'd prefer them to be salty. That's the empty vitamin D. And this vitamin D is still sealed. Actually, I'm going to give this one to my parents because the one they had downstairs at the table is run out. them bones. What's this about bones? Ross is making pasta. Song by Alice in Chains. I actually don't know it. You should share it in the music chat. In the music channel, rather. Street Fighter 2, the animated movie. Wow. I'll stretch in a second. I'm getting through this mushroom. Streets from death. After shopping, I'm exhausted and all out of energy and spoons. Well, welcome to the cutlery drawer. This is where you recharge your spoons. Yep. Literally just took them. Your presence reminded me. I was just crunching on a mushroom. It's kind of weird. Crunchy mushroom is a concept that I would never have thought of. Look how good this pine tree looks. I need to do a little bit of fixing here, but... I need to fix this bottom branch. And I kind of want to put another branch right here. Your drawer of knives is already open. We keep our knives in with the rest of our cutlery. I don't know what you're talking about. Crazy Ross. New law here, so if you get caught carrying a weapon illegally, you get 2 to 3 years in prison. Good. Carrying a weapon illegally is, well, illegal. I agree with these laws. I think I finally figured out how to paint pine trees, guys. Sorry, fir trees. They're very stylized. But that's okay, it's a painting. It's not realism. There, I don't think I need to touch that tree anymore. I think it's good. Give me one last little right in here. Come on, gotta get it right. There we go. Alright, we'll move back onto this tree down here. Trying to work in between the branches that I'd already painted is really difficult. But I find like doing like a little bit of ghosting of the branches that are in the background does help. There's no ghosting back here. There's a little bit. So you have that really dark sort of green that's almost brown. And look at that. That color works perfectly right here. You just gotta build up the layers. Yeah, there's a bit of a problem right here that we need to fix. We're just trying to build up the layers. I'm turning into Bob Ross here. We'll change the stream title to Bob Rossing it up. Gonna paint a happy little tree in here. I know mistakes, only happy accidents. Remember to change out the tones. I have to remember that the branches back here are going to be a little bit darker. I'm going to take a bit of brown. Define some of these branches a little bit. Because there aren't going to be as many needles closer to the inside of the tree. Put the brightest colors where you're going to get some of the brightest light. Not too much. Ugh, kind of mess this one up a little bit. I know this branch is like coming out over this bit of root here. I'd like to bring in some more shadows back in here too. It's all about the layers. And we can always go over to our airbrush, throw in some darker colors more strongly than we get with the regular paintbrush, and then paint over those. So we'll look really messy at first, but trust the process. Always trust the process. Can you make the brush a little bit smaller? Get some little dark shadow bits back there. There you go, grab our green again, switch back to our brush. I kind of like the way it sweeps out this way. Look at that little greenie going in there. We are just full Bob Ross today, I think. Ain't nothing wrong with that. Clean that one up a little bit right there. It's almost like painting feathers. I think this is how I would probably do a wing too if I were to do it this sort of painterly style. Okay, I want to fix this too. This root's causing me a little bit of a problem here. Little ghosts of little pine fronds in there. I think these would be called fronds, wouldn't they? It would also be called fronds. Bundles? Because they're the pine needles are like little branches like this, and then they've got the. That's what we're drawing, is those little bundles, but we're drawing the whole bundle as one stroke. What would you call that? There's probably a name for it. Hydrate. Thank you for the hydrate, F. Ooh, I think I made my coffee too strong this morning. Look at this tree just coming together. That little bit needs to go. I'm gonna grab a lighter color. I'm sorry, Ross. That's just the way it is. Just stop cleaning up his messes. Just be like, you know what, bro? You need to clean up your own shit. It's time to grow up. But welcome back. think I kind of messed up this bottom one here. A bit overzealous. I think it's whether I slept too much and I've done too much. And now Dad is getting me for another trip. Well, take it easy when you can. Ah! My head! Thanks for the hydrate. My coffee's already cold. Tesla! The Babbins is at my door. Layers. Also, cats, again, adorable death machines. Still can't get out of my head a video of a puma in a mountain forest range hiding up in a tree. That's what pumas do. They eat. Maybe some little hints of back to the little ghosted bits here. What is it, Tesla? Are you nuggeting? He's doing his little beeps. I don't know if you can hear him when he does his beeps. What do you want? Cat time. He just wants to be wrapped up in the blanket that I have on my lap. We'll zoom out so that people can see. I've worked on that rock in the bottom corner too. The top quadrant of the painting is still going to be difficult. Nary Nugget, is it gonna be difficult to paint with those bushes? Because I don't know what kind of plants they are, so it makes it really hard. Yes. Absolutely. Oh, yes. Oh. He's a nugget. He's a soft boy. Sorry, manhandling the microphone here. Time for some meow ASMR. Cats are great. Alright, I'm gonna put the microphone down again. Unfortunately, now he's sitting in the way of my tablet. He just wants to be wrapped up in my blankets. It's time for a mushroom. You got mushroom dust on your nose, cat. Crunch. They're very crunchy. Gosh, it's already been an hour? Crikey. How you doing, Nugget? you can't have my mushrooms. Tesla, I can't do any streaming, any artwork, because you're here. You're so cute and all, but like, oh my goodness, cat. He's preventing me from painting. It is cat time. It's very much cat time. Also, who would have thought that mushrooms would make such great chips? Let's see if I can find the ones that, these are what I'm eating. They don't look great, but man, they taste good. They're just whole shiitake mushrooms. Oh, worm kitten. There you go. But yeah, those are what I'm eating, and they're really good. I think I'm going to get them again. Oh, I only have one left. Ugh. Well, good luck with that, Ross. Apparently there's also wasabi flavored ones from a different company. Garlic and herb from a different company. I wouldn't ever have the wasabi ones. Sour cream and onion. They're literally just making mushrooms as chips. Salt and vinegar, or just sea salt. Yep, sour cream and onions, sea salt, wasabi, garlic and herb. That sounds really good, to be honest. But the ones I have are the ones that I have up on screen now, the DJ and A. Because that's what they sell at Costco. Thanks for the hydrate, Cora. I said Cora for some reason. Cora. But yeah, they're really good. I just saw Death's post on the memory. Forgive me, Lord, for I have shrimped.
Cora Huroda says, I have funny things to happening.
You have funny things to a happening? What are funny things to a happening? Tell us about them. Also, that duck PFP is pretty great. Meh. I think I need to darken this little tree a little bit. Ooh, no. Hmm. Oh, you revived an old project. Okay. It's a secret. Too many secrets. And if you know that reference, you're old enough. Now we need to figure out what's going to go right in here. It might be another tree. Absolutely not. I think my brother might be sick. Just in time for Christmas. Yay. The end is never, the end is never, the end is never, the end is never, the end is loading is never the end. Fun. The symbol for Oni is a fun one. Why is it so cold? It's like +1 today, and it's cold. I think it's the humidity. I blame the Humidex. It makes it feel colder than it actually is. Don't overpaint, don't overpaint, don't overpaint, don't overpaint. Now remember not to overpaint. Ah, yes. And Death, hello, thank you for the hydrate. I was just, looking at your meme that you posted. Shrimps. 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 I'm sad that I'm out of mushroom chips. And if you're wondering what I mean by mushroom chips, for those of you that weren't here earlier, I got these as a snack to try, and they're really freaking good. You know things are fucked up bad when Medic is the voice of reason. Oh no. That's not good. So apparently my brother knew of the turn of phrase I wouldn't trust someone to fog a mirror. But my dad hadn't heard it before either. So, yeah, my brother knew of it, but my dad didn't. As for my mom, we never know what she knows anymore. But yeah, I learned it's because to test if people were alive or dead. When you couldn't tell, you would test if they're breathing very lightly by putting a mirror up to their mouth, and if it fogged up, they were still breathing. So the other day, when I think it was Cora that said it, I wouldn't trust Medic to fog a mirror. It's still a really funny turn of phrase. There's feathers on my keyboard from the feather stick that we still haven't repaired because I still can't find my glue gun. Yes, murder! So, how is Medic the voice of reason today? Eh! I'm tempted to go downstairs and get more mushroom chips. Thanks for the hydrate. We stopped getting soda in the house. So now I only have, like, tea and coffee now. My coffee is cold as ice. I don't know how everything feels cold today, but it feels cold. I'm pretty sure it's just the humidity. Let's go back to Reginald. Yeah, there's a little bit of a problem with that second tree. I don't know what it is. I'll figure it out eventually, but there's a little problem with that second tree. As for these bushes, let's try and figure out what's going on in here. Yeah, it sounds like my brother's gotten sick. He came to me last night at like 2 in the morning. And he's like, "Do I have a fever?" And to be fair, I'm always a popsicle whenever I've been awake a while. And I had already been awake a while. So I wasn't quite sure. Oh. A little bit of air passing between my teeth. Let's bring a little bit of light and color back in here. Just a little bit.
Cora Huroda says, the Havarti proclaims that Say is the Great.
Say is the great potato. I am potato that eats mushrooms. Fungus among us. Okay. And up here in this corner, we're gonna have to figure out how things work up here, because this tree is Reginald's tree is really problematic.
Death_Sand says, Super Saiyan.
You're just Super Saiyan? I'm saying it. Super Saiyan it. Yeah, Reggie's tree is just... is wrong. Feels so much better after pain meds. Yeah, if you're in pain, taking pain meds will definitely help the pain. Sort of the way that works. Fun fact, the Romanized Japanese is specifically to help English speakers to read. Yes, that's why it's... Yes, that's why it exists. I believe it's called Romanji. Or at least that's one way it's referred to, as Romanji. Yeah, it's like 1 degrees here. It's gonna be 11 the day after tomorrow, and then after that, or no, it's gonna be 7 tomorrow, and then the day after that, it's supposed to get cold again. Let me double check that. It's 2 feels like 0 with a high of 3. It's gonna be negative 12 overnight. And then 2 tomorrow, 8 the next day, and then minus 7 for the 20th. And 2 on the 18th? Oh wait, no. That's no, it goes back down and then the negatives. You might actually be able to skate on the Rideau Canal this year. Thanks for the hydrate, Neff, and the posture check. Everybody on Shrimp Things Spines. Give yourself a little side stretch, a little wave back and forth like seaweed in the ocean currents. Fuss from meow. You got a real fuss Romeo there. On Shrimp. Did you hear him though? He went meow. Nugget. Your kibble's downstairs. Is that what you're looking for? You looking for your keebs? Tesla, don't eat that. Dummy. Nuggies. Stop chewing on the fake tree. Dumbass. Tesla's trying to fight the great worms. He wants to eat the shrimps. Nugget. Alright, I'm gonna take my mug downstairs. I'm gonna get a couple of more shrooms. And see if there's anything else to drink while I wait for tea. Woo woo! kibble. There you go. There's kibble. Alright, I'm back, guys. I got some more mushrooms. I love the fact that if you heard an Anglo-Saxon talking about the worms, it's a 50% chance it would be talking about dragons. The other 50 is just complaining about garden worms. That's funny. Oh, woo! No, you can't have my knuckfurst. I made myself a sausage while I was downstairs. Eat your kibble. You can't have the knuckfurst. It's too hot. Fine, I'll pull a little piece out for you, Babbins. Whew, it's hot. Yes, I know, Nugget. Yeah, he really likes the knuckfurst. He has kibble. He had his tuna this morning, even. Yes, Babs, you'll burn yourself if I give this to you. Well, you want it or not? Yeah, you do want it. That's all you're getting. Fine. One more little piece, and then this little piece, and then that's it. Go eat your kibble. He knows what's good. Digging his little manky claws into my side. Hot! 45 seconds in the microwave and it's already like, whew. No, Nugget, you can't have it. You had your tuna this morning. It's enough salt for you. Alright. While I wait for the sausage to cool, let's work a little bit on these bushes again. I don't know what kind of bushes these are. And that's a problem. Streambo! Deny. Alright, see you later, Fantasy. Have a good trip. Say hi to your dad for us. Maybe I should make these like junipers or something. Put one of these little pine trees right here, maybe. I mean, there's not a lot of biodiversity in these kinds of forests. Ooh, a rock just appeared there. I love it when that happens. Just spontaneously a boulder. Imagine a rock just appearing out of nowhere. So last time I went to buy mustard, I wanted to get honey mustard, but there was this maple mustard on sale. I just don't like it as much. It's not the right taste. Maple doesn't go well in mustard, I think. And if you're wondering about the Knackwurst, this is what I'm getting. This is what I eat sometimes. So I've got the weird mushroom chips and German sausage. So, when I say Knackwurst, that's what I'm talking about. And they're very tasty. Good with pretty much any kind of mustard. Woo. Okay, so I think these are gonna have to become like low juniper bushes. So we're probably looking at more of the cedar olive tones. And junipers are just like really prickly cedars. I'm gonna go grab a picture. It's sort of like a weird cross between a cedar and a fir. That's what a juniper looks like. Well, it's one kind of juniper. There's another. Close up, they kind of look like that. They got little blue berries on them that we cannot eat. They got little berries like that. And they're sort of like a ground cover shrub. But they also come in a tree form. Their little ground cover. But they can also grow into trees, which is really weird. They're both a tree and a bush. So there's different variants of juniper. Thank you for the head trauma. You could probably delete the berries one. That's a very pretty picture, though. And for a really close-up picture of juniper, it kind of looked like rosemary with blueberries. And they're very prickly. Don't go into them with shorts on. But yeah, that ground cover kind of looks like a juniper bush, so I think that's what we're going to go with. Cake? I want cake, goddamn. I'll just have to settle for mushrooms. Well, I'll take a sip of this drink first. Tea might be a little while because my parents are upstairs talking to my brother. He's having a moment. I feel bad because there's so little I can do for him, you know. But look at the variation in color in this. It kind of just sticks up every which way. So we've definitely got to do like a dark underpainting. And then try and replicate, I guess, this pattern that we've already got going on. And up here, this is where things are going to have to really change in this corner. Emotes! Oh, that Sandra's an Iron Mouse subscriber? Or is that one of her global ones? Is that one of her follower emotes? Oh wait, no, it's a Twitch Global. Iron Mouse is a Twitch Global emote? Oh my god. With the way they treat VTubers, I'm shocked that they bothered to give her one. Twitch does not treat VTubers very well at all. Mushroom. 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 I wonder where they used a blue heart. It would have been really cute if they made like a booby heart. Infernal Beelzebub, Cruel to Anacria. Booby for short. I love Sea Dog. He's pretty great. I don't think I'll ever be one of those like crazy popular VTubers. I'm not sure I'd even want to be. But it would be nice to have more VTuber friends. Also, I found like a cool thing that I want to try on my next costume. For reinforcing seams at the edges. It looks amazing. And like having like a fine detail like that on the corners of like where an edge meets, where you have a split like that, like on the side of a tunic or something. Just mwah. Little tiny details like that just make all the difference. There's no place on this costume where like I would be able to do that unless I did like the other sleeve thing. In which case it would probably get covered by something. But I should look up more stitches like this for details. All right, back to juniper bushes. We're gonna take these. We're gonna put them in a folder. I'm gonna hide that folder. I'm gonna push this cable from our microphone back behind the desk where it's supposed to go. I really need to look into getting a mic on an actual like boom. You know, like a real streamer. Nah. My Firefox wants to update. My computer is processing. What's new in Firefox? I don't care. As long as you're not using AI, I don't care. Ugh, this means I need to, like, reopen all of my tabs again. Also, seeing stuff like this makes me wish I didn't have a popcorn ceiling in my room. Meh. This house is full of popcorn ceilings because it's an 80s house. But it's so pretty. And like, look at that. Look at that mantle painting. Like, There's just so many things that I would do in this house if I could. Fish tiling. I'm like, look at that. It's so simple, but it looks so nice, you know? To actually have, like, detailing in your home. Nameless would totally have this in his bathroom. I would have this in my bathroom. I've never done tiling before. Let's save that. We can close this. We should probably save our painting because we haven't done that in a while. And like, you know, I would have... If I had visible old beams like this, you know I 100% would do something like this on them. You know, it looks fantastic. Also, something that's really neat. Sorry, I had to take a minute to find it. But, like, you can paint a wall in matte paint and then go over it with a stencil with semi-gloss. And even if it's the exact same color, you still get like this really cool effect. I just love seeing the archive of human knowledge and creativity. I mean, that's pretty neat. A bunch of stingray outlines on the ceiling. Having the rest of the decor looking like these doorknobs are misaligned. That drives me insane. They're two different doorknobs. And like I understand this is probably for like a party. It looks like it's probably a school dance or something or like a church function. I kind of like the pool noodle coral. It's kind of neat. But it's very cheesy, but like this could be like an interesting decor idea. So we switched from painting to decor. Like, you know, I would probably just have something like this on my wall. I mean, look at that. That's so cool. Giant fish sculptures. Yeah. Very quiet today. My computer's working up a storm, so I was like, "Rah!" So what's everybody doing? so quiet. back. I don't think anybody's even here anymore. I have 0 viewers. Say it. Say it. Anyways, my mom was choking on some water. Wrong tube. I hate it when that happens. Hello, is anybody out there? Hello, can anybody hear me? Pretty sure my microphone's still on. Manzanita! How you doing? How was your stream? Thank you for trusting me with your community. Hello, everybody. We're painting juniper bushes in the deep woods. Here, let me get the picture out here. How you doing? How was your stream? I am a static potato because my my VNM broke when the power went out last Sunday. Not this last Sunday, but the Sunday before. And I just have not been able to get it fixed. Played Roblox. Did some reacting to videos. I've never done video reacting before. I'm always afraid that I'll get copyright claimed. But, I should try it sometime. Fun welcome, hi. We've been working on this painting for a little while. This is gonna become a display. Let me give you a shout out. Not that anyone's actually here. It helps if I spell your name right. Jesus Christ. There we go. Did you guys have a good time? If you need to raid and run, I totally understand. I was just thinking of ending soon because there was literally nobody here. I was my only viewer, it seems, at least according to Twitch. Normally I'm running 8 to 10 people, but today I guess just nobody was here. Blocktails. I don't know what Blocktails is. I might be too old. Oh, I'm glad you had a great time. Yeah, Twitch does hide the viewers if they don't talk for 30 minutes. It's pretty bad. The less they have to pay a creator, the better. I've noticed the cut. It's gotten bad, so I'm rapidly trying to finish this painting so I can put it up on Displate and, you know, hopefully people will want it. Yeah. Like, my regulars are gone this week. The two other people that were still here are silent lurkers for the most part. So I'm not getting any revenue at all today. I was thinking of taking next week off because most people are off for Christmas and visiting family and stuff. So I'm just like, well, they're off for Christmas, so they might have more time, but also they're visiting family, so I would want them to visit with their family. So maybe I should just not stream next week. There's Neff. I've been alone for like an hour. Just, I got to the point where I turned off my desktop audio and I was just listening to the news. You're gonna stream on Christmas? Are you planning on streaming anything special on Christmas? Hey, look, you gotta support your fellows, right? Especially your partner. I know my brother's playing WoW right now, and he's not even watching. He never watches my stream. Ever since I moved home, he stopped coming to my stream. My former roommate, doesn't come to my stream anymore. You can use a Christmas model that week? Nice. Yeah, the Demora, I don't have anything like Christmas. I need to figure out some holidays for my people. But demons wouldn't really have religious holidays, would they? Demora's Oceanmas. Well, I mean, there would be, like, probably a celebration around the changing tides. Bringing in, like, different fish and other sea life. I mean, that would be one way they would definitely track seasons. Yeah, the ocean is a really big thing for them. Even though I'm terrified of the ocean. Wow, you can't even see those junipers that I've been so meticulously painting. I'm gonna have to add some more light in that corner. They're so dark. I was just looking at the OBS screen. I'm just like, you can't see shit. The sharks and I have an agreement. They stay out of my fridge and I'll stay out of theirs. Absolutely. Yeah, like, canonically my character, like, helped with fisheries. And did a whole bunch of other things, too. That bun twerk emote, you guys like that one quite a lot. We've also been working on designing tent, figuring out tent design. One that works, supposedly. It gets reactions. That I can see. I hate twerking with a passion. I'll have to make, like, a twerking Havarti or something. How would you even make a twerking lumpfish? My masterwork is just my shrimp emote. Tail slaps. Yeah, the shrimp emote is like the extent of my animation skills. It's 2 frames. It's beautiful. Absolute masterpiece. What idea? The twerking, twerking Havarti? We've got a good upsetting emote too. Knife. Holidays in Polynesian cultures? Yeah. They're all colonizer holidays. Yeah. Yeah, that's the problem, is most holidays are very colonizer friendly. Coded is the term. Coded is the term I was looking for. And of course, you know, holidays usually center around holy things. That's why they're called the holidays. The holy days. And my character's literally an incubus. A demon. But a different kind of demon. First attempt came up with vacation trips. Yeah. Well, I mean, their culture is also largely like Chinese inspired. So there's things like the Ghost Festival, the Mid Autumn Festival, a lot of festivals. The Demora really like their flowers, so probably some spring and summertime kind of things related to that. Lantern Festival, they would definitely do something like that. Yeah, celebrations is probably a good place to start too. Like they definitely have a strong culture centered around uh like honor, beauty, gracefulness, but more in the Eastern sense than Western ideals. Yeah, luau is a good one. Fire would probably fire would probably be pretty prominent. Probably stuff around stormy season. So they probably get a lot of hurricanes. Probably get hit by a fair few hurricanes. Definitely stuff around the full moon, particularly ones that invoke really high tides. Usually brings a lot of food. Storytelling through poi twirling. What the hell is poi twirling? Grand feasts. Feasts, definitely. Yeah, well, like that's why I picked a mix between like ancient China and Polynesia. Oh, the fire dancers, yes. It must be those fire stick things that they use. That makes a lot more sense. But yeah, I selected a bunch of cultures to sort of blend into one, just sort of like a rock tumbler, smooth it all out. Elemental dances, maybe. Their culture is largely I guess formed around between the ocean and lava, so fire and water. Yep. And the fan dancing. Some of the fan dancing is cool. I have no way to actually show it. because I don't have it set up to show my, I wouldn't go for all of the elements, but it would very much be related to the connection between fire and water. Like where the lava meets the ocean, there would be a lot around that, because that's literally what makes their land. I mean, their whole cultural logo is where the ocean and the volcano meet, and then you've got the hurricane around it. That's their national crest. Well, hurricane also brings rain, and therefore water, and storm surge, more water. I think for them it would just be the relationship between fire and water. They might have things like harvest periods, but like celebrations centered around points where there's large harvests, probably lots of rice. They consume a lot of rice. Yeah, but I don't want to do like the four elements thing. Like that's just, I don't know, it feels a little bit overdone. Everyone's like, oh, the four elements. Like, No, the flowers are life. The flowers and the fish, they're life. But I don't know. For some reason, like, the four elements thing just doesn't really suit the Demora. I mean, in some ways, it's representative of anything. Like, you could argue everything is four elements, right? I'm just not sure if they would have come to the logical conclusion of four elements. Maybe three. Because they know their land is made out of the fire that comes out of the volcanoes. That would be their earth. And then plants and fish are life. And then there's the sky, which is air. I mean, you don't have to go with four elements specifically. You could go with three, so you have air, fire, and water. And Earth is contained within all of those. Five elements could work. Welcome back, Ross. It's been very quiet since you left, too. But not much has happened. We just got raided by Manzanita official. Death was here. I don't know where he went. Tea never arrived. Tea just simply never happened. I'm glad I got myself something else to drink. Maybe. It adds something different to it. And that's sort of what I'm after, which is why I don't want to just go with the four elements. I'm sorry. I am so far away from the microphone, too. I'm at least 1.5 feet from it. I'm so sorry, Neff. I'm so far away from the microphone. Like, I'm shocked that you can hear that. Clearly, let's turn it down a little bit more. Holy crap. It's funny how sensitive this mic is because I got it for like $25. It is wild how strong this microphone is. And I'm using my headset mic between my nephew being loud and how sensitive that thing is. The screams of the little banshee were very audible. Oof. I do like changing it up a little bit with the, like, misophonia makes life challenging. Yeah. Sorry. I didn't know they were that loud. I hope you can't hear me swallowing my soda, too. Crikey. Well, maybe I'll mute my mic when I eat the mushrooms. Which is what I'll do right now. I'll eat my last mushroom. That's just mean of her. People shouldn't do that. There, the mushroom is consumed. Oh, if she's doing it because she doesn't realize that she's doing it because she doesn't have that problem, like, that's understandable. It's when she does it on purpose. Okay, well, I mean that's just acceptable. It's hard for people who don't have that problem to really remember. I will try to remember from now on when I have mushrooms. Try not to crunch into the microphone. But if she did it on purpose, then she's just being mean. I need to find a place to get mini tent poles so that I can make a tiny model of this tent. You don't eat crunchy food. That's unfortunate. Crunchy food is great. I love crunchy things. Crunchy Cheetos, the Hawkins cheesies, just mwah. I don't eat carrots or celery. I don't eat celery either because I'm violently allergic to it. I like the crunching sound inside my skull. Except when it comes from my neck bone. When my spine goes... I'm like, oh! And it does it every time I move my head. And I can feel it, and I hate it. I actually shared something to the Science Channel last night on the actual sixth sense, and I found it very fascinating. And I'm wondering if maybe that, yeah, cellophane spine. It's like the Doritos crunch. Which I haven't uploaded as an emote. Why have I not made that an emote yet? What the hell is wrong with me? Hold on, let me go fix this problem. How do... First of all, I'm gonna set another one of last week's episodes going to the YouTube channel. Because we're running behind. I keep forgetting to do this, and I don't know why I keep forgetting. So we'll send that one off. There. We have added the burrito. It might not be available until after stream. Oh, thank you for the hydrate. And the Streech. Oh, yeah. Also, we have the burrito now. Everything crunch. There we go. The tea!
Belatedly.
Very belated tea. Thank you.
It's hot. And it's full.
Excellent. Because I'm cold. The stream woke up again. There was a period where I was like, you know what, I'm just going to end stream. And I'm like, nope, we're going to keep going. We're going to keep going, even though it's stream ending time now, usually. But people have come back, so I'll keep going for a little bit longer. Because I want to hang out with you guys. And like, Ross just got back, and Neff's been gone for a while, so he just got back too. But yes, we now have the burrito emote. I don't know why I didn't upload that sooner. It's really hard to see, though. We have the Q burrito. Heard crunching in my ear at the beginning of stream and muted until you were done, and then I got distracted and forgot to unmute. Oh. Yep. I've got my ADHD meds again, so I don't get distracted anymore. I think I might put some junipers in behind that main foreground tree. Just looking at the painting again. I think we might need another boulder. Like, like right here. Like a really big boulder. What do you guys think? Maybe not quite that big. It needs something. I mean, there's this boulder here. Nah. Just really big bush. Juniper's gonna turn a little bit more blue back here. And more blue over here. Because the light is gonna change it green more towards this area. I don't know, there's something needs something here. Maybe more juniper. But yeah, no, if I have the mushrooms again, I'll just mute it. So you don't have to suffer. Feel bad for the crunching earlier, because earlier I was doing the crunching on purpose a little bit. My dad closed my door and Tesla's trying to get in, so he's like sticking his little paw through the crack. Come on, buddy. You can do it. Come on. Woo! Come on. No, he gave up. I'll go open the door for him. He probably wants to skip. Not yet. There you go, Babbins. Yeah. Oh, it looks like Zeogrim's doing a charity stream. it doesn't bother anyone else, then don't change it. Look, I want you to be comfortable in my streams too, Neff. If you're not comfortable in my stream, then, like, you go away and you mute and you forget to come back, then you're not really enjoying the stream. I want you to be able to enjoy the stream, too. And just doing a little mute when I eat a mushroom is not a hard thing for me to do. It's not like it's going out of my way or anything. You know, I'm gonna bring the juniper out here. It's gonna be this little bit of rock in the juniper. Well, the juniper's gonna come all the way over here. This is all gonna be. Some kind of plant in here. Do kind of want more of a boulder. Right here. Maybe like a fallen log right here. This is calling for a piece of wood right there. Comfort is a priority. Hey, I am more comfortable if people are more comfortable. We're a chill stream here, and if I'm doing something that makes you uncomfortable, or someone else is doing something that makes you uncomfortable, please let us know. Let me know so that, you know, I can try and encourage or discourage certain behaviors. Oh. Hi. Batmans, you want some tea? Is that what you want? Yep, you wanted my tea. Well, Neff, it's not a problem for us to just mute while I eat the crunchy mushrooms. I'm still gonna eat the mushrooms. I'm not gonna stop eating them. But, I can just mute when I eat the mushroom. If I forget, don't be afraid to scream in chat, because it's actually kind of funny when you do. Creates interaction. Just like, you know, Death comes in here with his weird medic stuff. First time chatter, Kufinki. Hi. Did I say that right? Kufenki? Number 1 or 2, Kufinki or Kufenki? I don't normally stream this long, but today we're going a bit longer. Was it yep to 1 or 2? Number 2, Kufenki. Hi. This is Reginald. He lives in the woods. How you doing? How did you find us? Tell us about your journey to get here. Welcome to the islands. There's never a good in-between in that Zoom stage. We're working on putting a nice little boulder right in here. In the bushes. There's some junipers happening. And we just put in the faint outline of a log. Jess, how did you find us? Why did you decide to take a look at this stream of all the streams available? And also, hi, my name is Sayeka. Everybody just calls me Say. Because it's a lot of vowels. And B! 2 hydrates and a posture check. Everybody on shrimp thine spines. Give yourself a little stretch side to side, a little wave back and forth like seaweed in the ocean currents. Water? Pfft. I have tea. My dad just brought me tea. Very late tea. Normally the tea's at like 10:30. But it's noon. Just scrolled Twitch for an art stream and saw a pretty background. Ah, yes. Well, thank you for joining us. You are welcome to come by pretty much every day of the week. Everybody's welcome here. We sometimes get up to shenanigans. I will sometimes play games, but mostly it's artwork. This one's going on a displate. This is my character design for Conquest of Mythidia. I am a LARPer. Conquest of Mythidia is the largest fantasy LARP in the world in Brooklow, Germany. Twitch is the way I earn the money to go there. Otherwise, I'm still looking for work. Jobs are hard to find nowadays. I do the occasional commission. I'm very slow to finish commissions. This is one we've been working on since, what, March? No, a little later than that, probably closer to June. It's kind of off and on. This is for one of our community members, Necromancer Dark, who's away this week for family times. We're still working out some problems with the with the anatomy. I'm struggling in some places. Skin is hard to paint. After I came back from Conquest, we had an epiphany and painted these beautiful swirls of smoke in the background. Who would have thought vacations are good? But what we started with, I believe, was about that, except for the horns that are in the way. Those are the one thing on a separate layer right now, because I was doing those with a symmetrical ruler to get them right. 3 to 4 hours? Well, I mean, if I tally up all of the time I've spent on this painting, we're probably maybe 30. Like I said, off and on. So, every time Necromancer commissions me, he's like, take as much time as you need. So if I turn off the horns and the chains here, you know, we started off with this, and then we kept progressing. These are all one layer paintings. So things started changing. That's when I came back from Conquest after my vacation. Just kind of got some inspiration, redid the face, resized a bunch of stuff, played with the skin tone, attempted to do things with the hair, fussed around with the background, and now we're back at where this belongs. And I still feel like her head's too small. But then when we add on the decor, it's a lot better, but her head does feel too small. But that's because I tend to paint very anime kind of stuff. Do value studies for my backgrounds improve? I don't normally do backgrounds. It's only just this year that I've started doing them, and it's because Necromancer's been commissioning me. Older chibi stuff that I hate the eyes. God, I hate them. I hate the way I do eyes, and I need to figure out a new way to do that. The emote that I just uploaded today that I made months ago after Conquest. There's a story behind this one. I play an incubus at the LARP, and this is the Cuburrito, because Cubi is my gender neutral term for the incubus succubus. And I had this reflective blanket that I brought with me, and no matter how carefully you shifted, it was like somebody trying to quietly sneak Doritos out of a bag. It's somehow impossibly loud, no matter how quiet you're being. And so I was nice and warm and wrapped up like a burrito. But I was a menace to my tent neighbors. Oh, let's get rid of this thing. I need to... See, looking at, like, the head is too small now. I'm just like... And, like, the area around the neck. Every time Necromancer commissions me, like, it gets a little bit better. This is Havarti, our mascot. He's a lumpfish. This is another earlier. It gets better, not faster. What? Oh yeah, the painting. The paintings get better, not faster. I probably get slower. I do costume design too, not just for myself. I do photo replications, side by side, so no tracing. And for gift pieces like this, I will pull colors directly, but typically I will, when I do a practice piece, I will select colors only using the color wheel. So if you're an artist, which I'm gathering you are, judging by what you're saying, this exercise is invaluable. We started last year, when I first started streaming, I started with painting an egg, so the top half is 2024, and the bottom half was... When did we do this one, guys? It was, like, late August, after I got back. It's egg! Yep. And the idea is you take a photograph, or a still life, and you replicate it by painting, but you can't select any colors from the actual picture. You can only take them from the color wheel, so you have to mix and blend your colors yourself. You saw this one on YouTube. This exercise, like, look at the difference between these two pictures. This is just like, what, 8 months? Yeah, so, like, this exercise is... Yeah, he's painting an egg yolk in a bowl. Maybe? Maybe one of them? Like, one of his quick examples that he showed, but I took a screenshot directly from his YouTube video, and that's what I used. Another one was the banana from the same video. And then we go into next year. Where is... I have so many files. The landscape that we were doing, this was a screenshot from a creepypasta where they had an AI video background. And I was like, I kind of like that. I want to paint it. And then we did the practice piece, and then I started adding in Reginald, as everybody named him. And now we're resizing it to fit Displate. I can't find the salt lamp, but we did a finch with some choke cherries, or crab apples, I think they are actually. Yeah, I need to probably do a value study too. I never finished this one. There are too many fiddly bits, and I was just like, it's good enough. I can take a couple of days to do some of these practice pieces, but I highly recommend this exercise. This one, I added some dragons in. Because I was just like, you know what, it'll be fun. Just throw some dragons in there. And then we did the one with Reginald. And now when I do practice pieces, I just want to, like, add things. And, like, I started doing portraits at one point. And discovered that I have a lot of trouble with, like, the philtrum nose-mouth combination area. Mouths are a little bit easier now. Noses I find still very difficult to paint. So I do a lot of photo replications. These are two people from our camp. They run our camp at Conquest. Lord Fox and Lady Crow, or as we like to call them, Lady Fox and Lord Crow. And they're the YouTubers from the Skilltree YouTube channel. This one was really hard to paint. It's still not done, but they're practice pieces. Here's the salt lamp from that same video. This one I could probably do a lot better of a job now. But getting those the transitions between the background from the salt lamp to the regular lighting was really hard to do, and I just used the same, like, basic round mixing brush from Clip Studio. Oh, thank you.
He's visiting the island.
Also, compliments are illegal. It's a running joke here. I don't know how to take compliments. But thank you for the follow. Do you stream at all? Also, is there anything else you want me to call you? Or do you just want me to call you Kufenki, or I could call you Fen if you like, or Ku? Not the secret code! Neff has booped my snoot! It is the boop snoot, like the droop snoot. But it is the snoot that gets booped. The boop snoot. Also, I'm not normally a static bean. I do have a 3D model. It's just my vignette is broken. Only my mouth tracking works because it's linked to the audio. And call you Koof? Okay. I mean, I'll call you by your whole name if you like. There's one person who comes here, their name used to be Conch Lobster, and then they changed their name, and I just keep calling them Conch. So, we're scuff people. Here's a hand. I could probably do this one better now, too. Now that I've had lots of practice. But, like, just painting this hand, my ability to draw hands improved dramatically, so I cannot express how important, like, quick still life studies are. Not even still life, but just, like, portraiture and stuff. It helps so much. I did a crowdfunding campaign for a walking pad earlier this year, really early this year. And the guys supported it. You can only think of Kufu now. So, when I do a crowdfunding campaign, I'll have this, like, 5x5" printable that people can get customized with their name and a little thank you message. I had to make 48 of the 50 of them, or 38 of the 40. I can't remember how many there were, for Necromancer. And, like, they were all different, because I went and colored all of the little hearts around the words individually. So, like, all of these I would color differently for each one if somebody got 2. Yeah, Neff got the first 2. Necromancer's like, can I get the other ones? Yeah, I spend probably a little bit more time than I should on them. I have to be careful not to open some. This one, still not quite done, but I took a really, really long time. We spent like a week on this one. And like they're just slightly different. They're not perfectly accurate. Oh no, Necromancer asked afterwards. He's like, "Can I get the first 2?" Yeah, no, he was just like, "Oh, the rest are mine." You're worried about getting blood clots? I there's no room in my parents' house to set that thing up again. It's so frustrating because I would like to use it and there's literally nowhere I can put it. And I feel like it's being wasted, like the efforts that you guys went through to give me that. And I feel so bad. And it's like, it's winter too, so it's the perfect time to have something like that set up. Yeah, accuracy, practice. I mean, you saw the egg. The first egg didn't look all that great. I mean, the accuracy's pretty bad on this one. And then after 8 months of doing those practices, it sort of all came together. So doing value practice is really important. If you want another artist to follow, Evan Blair Art, I'll give him a shout out. Helps if I type this right. / shout out. He's a really good artist. And he's very supportive of other artists who work really hard at improving their skills, who aren't taking the shortcuts and the cheats, who really actually want to improve their work. And so he's been really helpful at giving me tips and was really welcoming into the art scene here on Twitch. And I just want to extend that welcome to you. So if you start streaming, like, absolutely, come by. I've got a Discord, so you can share your stream there if you like. when you start streaming, or if you make YouTube videos, you can post them there. We have a self promo channel just for that kind of thing. Yeah, networking artists. There's Zeo Grim. Oh, use the exclamation mark. Derp. Ah! I have to wait 32 seconds before giving another shout out. Never mind. That's how you spell his name. One thing I've noticed with athletes is that people who practice have no limits. People who are naturally talented rely on that, tend to plateau, and rely on that, tend to plateau really early. Yes. Talent will never outdo hard work. Oh, thanks, Neff, for the Discord command. I keep forgetting that I have that. I've been streaming for almost... Actually, I've been streaming for a year. And, like, this would be my actual 1 year. Around now-ish. Technically, I've been on Twitch for... The first stream I did was just before the pandemic. It was either just before or just after the start of the pandemic, or like the year before. I don't know. It was a long time ago. And then I stopped. I had undiagnosed ADHD, and I just could not get started in streaming. And then last year, I don't know, a lot seemed to change. I got my diagnosis, and then I got my medication last year. And just after I started taking my medication, I started streaming. And I haven't stopped. I was thinking of taking next week off. I'm still thinking about it. There won't be a stream. Well, there might be a stream tomorrow, like an hour or something. I usually start at 9 Eastern. 9 a.m. But I've got an appointment tomorrow morning at 11:30. So, yeah. I won't be on for long, which is probably why I'm unconsciously going a little bit longer today. A little bit. Jesus Christ. I'm already 40 minutes over my usual time. But you know what? If I hadn't stayed on, I wouldn't have met you. So that's good. I was thinking of ending stream earlier because nobody was here. And then Manzanita official rated us while I was just like listening to news, waiting for people to wake back up again. And yes, science is our most used channel. And it ranges everything from linguistics, history, anthropology, all the way up to quantum physics, astronomy, astrophysics. We talk about everything in our Discord. We have a happy place channel for the things that are like really good news or just really good feelings. And then we have the corner of woe if you need to vent. You don't have to read it. You could just drop a thought in there and don't expect anyone to respond. If you just need a place to vent, it's our vent channel. And we have one rule. Well, we have two rules. One, have fun. Two, don't be an asshole. And that's about it. Pretty much like to give an RL example. F1 driver Ayrton Senna. Even though a lot of people said he was gifted. Yeah. Well, he might have had talent. The devil was in the details. He did a lot of practice and research. Yup. He took a lot of his stumbling during karting days to go fourth. Playing what he could whenever he could. Yeah. And again, talent will never overcome actual hard work. Now, talent and hard work together, unbeatable. Absolutely unbeatable. But people who rely on their talent to get by will reach a plateau, and they'll come to a point where until they start working hard, they will never overcome that plateau. For practicing, I think you're right. I have a friend who's naturally talented. People compare us. He didn't practice as much as me, and now even he says I think they've gotten better than him. I have some friends who are like that too. They're naturally talented. Their art was always better than mine, and I just kept going. But they don't really do much with their art anymore. And like I took a long time to get back into art. I used to draw a lot, and then bad things happened, and I got depressed. Spent too long being depressed, and now I'm back on the road to recovery. And the people here who show up every day are the people who are helping me to continue that recovery. Like, I am so eternally grateful for people like Ross and Neff and Necromancer, Fantasy, who's called Silver here, Conch Lobster. We've got some consistent people who are usually around, and like, I owe them so much. Like, I cannot thank them enough. And then there's the people in the community, Moko Maid, Evan Blair Art, Zeo Grim, who've just been like super welcoming. Even though Zeo started streaming after I did, so he's a new guy, quote unquote, but he's doing way better than me, that's for sure. But, you know, power to him. He deserves it. He does art really fast. I think part of the reason why I don't grow very fast is because I'm also very slow to do things. So my streams will be very repetitive, but they're mostly just like chill and hang out. And also talented people are also usually passionate as well, so they improve exponentially. Yeah. Stop it, Neff! Compliments are illegal! Ugh! Ugh! Just be careful not to scare my cat when I hiss. It's not allowed. They like to torment me. Koof, they torment me. They also like to drown me in hydrates. I'm trying to come up with more rewarding, redeems. I have spilt tea all over myself in that flailing. Now I'm cold and damp. I'm a soggy Twincubus now. Ugh. No! Evil tiefling smirk. I swear all my chatters are sadists. Thank you for the hydrate. I have to run to the little demon's room. I'll be back in a moment. I haven't had as much to drink today. The tea came to me at noon instead of 10:30 in the morning, so I'm just like, eh. I'm dehydrated, but also I haven't been to the bathroom for a while. Everybody get up and stretch your legs! Neff! Alright, I'm back. Hi. Bad people doing good things, TM. Some good deeds only the devil can commit. Fair enough. Also, that moment when you're washing your hands and your bar of soap just splits in half. And then you're juggling soap in the bathroom. Now I'm even more wet. Because my sleeves are damp now. God damn it. Also, one of the reasons I started streaming is because a friend of mine commissioned me to make her costume, or to design her costume. She made her costume. Let's see if I can find the actual picture of it. Might be in this folder. Here it is. She made the costume after I designed it. I also designed the one of the guy as well. So her boyfriend's costume. She left out the little sleevey things, but I think it looks pretty good without it. The long sleeves are mostly just to keep the sun off. Because it gets hot when the sun's hitting your skin. Thank you for the hydrate, F. And the concussion. Here's the other character design. This is the first one I did. I have since changed the style of how I do these. But they were fun to do. And they turned out so beautifully. I gotta see if I can find the one with her, with her wings. She got a big scythe at Conquest this year. She's also 5 feet tall. She's a gremlin and I love her. We have shenanigans planned for this year. I don't have the one with her wings on it. The blinding glow wings of doom. Oop. That folder's on the hard drive. It is inaccessible. I think I'll make some taquitos for lunch and douse them in chipotle sauce for that smoky flavor. Sounds delicious. Unfortunately, I don't have a shot of her wings, but her wings have 3,000 LEDs a piece in them. And they're very bright. They're oh so bright. The cheese will have an effect later. You poor man. You could say they're blinding. Yep. Very blinding. I could have sworn I had a copy of her wing picture. Is it in this folder? No. I do have 1 or 2 pictures of me, but I don't show them on stream, but they are in the Discord somewhere. I can show the whole group photo, though. And I stick out like a sore thumb. So that's me right there. In my previous version of my costume. I have incense sticks for when the cheese takes effect. Oh god, Neff. I really do stand out, don't I? I spent my whole life trying to be invisible, and now I'm just like, stick out! Yeah! Nothing can stop me. You can see that I have little fangies in, too. You can see the fangs! This is the most you're gonna get of my face on stream. Soon I will lose enough weight to be comfortable showing my face. Who shall we raid today? Because I am gonna have to stop because my throat barometer's going. Oh, your internet was cooked. Oh no. Man, I was showing all sorts of things. What was the last thing you saw? Guys, we might have to do the whole bit over again. I really gotta get my Vignon working again. I guess I need to send the new design to Sai so that she can make me a new model. I should learn rigging and make an actual, like, PNG tuber model. Like all the real VTubers have, and not just, like, the shitty 3D ones. Although, like, Vignon does a good job. And the, Vroid works pretty well. You're talking about why you got into streaming? Oh, was it the costume designs? Well, there's that. And the costume designs were for Mystic and her boyfriend Dell. gonna go back to this folder here. I'm only allowed to show you the back of Dell, but Mystic made the costumes that I designed. So 2023 was the first year that I went to Conquest. This picture is the group shot from 2023. I haven't actually seen the group shot from 2024. And Mystic commissioned me to do these two costumes, and then she made them. And she's a small bean with a big scythe. Both. Both. He's really tall and she's really short. So she's like 5 feet tall and he's like 6'2" or something. Yeah. It's really, really funny. But she's like the queen of mischief, right? She's a gremlin bean and I love her. Her wings have 3,000 LEDs apiece on them. So they're very bright. I've got to see if I can find a picture because they are spectacularly blinding. Well, I wonder if she sent it to me, like, via chat privately. I'll have to scroll back and look. Ah, here's one. Okay. There we go. Those are her wings. Some of the LED connections broke. But they're very bright. And she would walk into camp and it was just... It was like the sun. And because there's very little electric lighting at this event, it gets very dark. So she'd walk into camp and she'd be facing you and then she turns around to talk to somebody and you're like... And it's like that scene in Terminator 2 where she's like holding onto the fence and the nuclear bomb goes off and she's just like that skeleton. Oh yeah, yeah. And her boyfriend's like, I'm gonna make them brighter next year, and everyone's like, don't. Blinded by the light. Yep. That's basically it. LARP is like the best hobby. The people are wild. You meet everybody from all walks of life. I met a guy whose brother's like a nuclear scientist, and then there's people who are artists and crafters for a living. It's really quite eclectic. Our group is run by the YouTubers from the Skill Tree channel. We have our own memes. Hold on. I gotta get visible concern. So I made this meme. I took this photo. This was from 2023. Or, sorry, 2024. It was this guy's birthday, and there was the NPC rave. And so they decided to paint him looking like a sad clown. And no matter what expression he made, because the eyebrows were painted on in that way, it's just, he could be laughing and he would still look like that. And it was just fantastic. LARP is probably, like, the best hobby in existence. It's expensive, but probably one of the best. save my file here. But this was our group camp in 2024. I haven't seen 2025's photo yet. Which is kind of weird. I don't think it ever got posted. Let's see if I can find one. Yeah, I don't think there ever was. The group photo was ever posted. Oh, God, my Discord, what is wrong with it? I would have to ask somebody if there's a copy of the group photo somewhere. There were French people, and they had cheese. Giant foam cheese. That's Carl in the background. He's from our camp. He had foam cheese. They did, like, the fondue ritual. There was this giant cauldron. Remember a girl being 6 feet in my class? She made fun of me by picking me up like a cat. I'm a pretty short dude. Hey, there's nothing wrong with short kings. Depending on what you like and how tall the girl is, she can be just the perfect height, you know? Nothing wrong with tall girls either. I had a guy friend who was 5'5", so he's 2 inches shorter than me. I'm 5'7", and his girlfriend was 6'1", and he's like, "Nah, man, she's the perfect height." Just face to chest, like, bro, come on. Our friend Wacky, he brought a cannon. So we have our own cannon at the battlefield. Thanks for the hydrant, F. You know what's really sexy? Confidence. Height doesn't matter as long as you're confident and you're kind. It's all that matters. I know, it was red. It actually fires, too. Oh, you put foam balls in it, but, it is a real cannon. Can't remember what we called it. She had a name, though. Oh, my taskbar is not working again. This is one of our generals, Resharak. So he's one of our dragonkin. This is another one of our characters named Deem. He's a birdman. Oh, she was a big. Well, at least it was fun. We had a guy who was doing a Chinese tea ceremony, and I sculpted his tea pets for him. So there's the crow in the corner, and this is Fox. I'm going to be making myself probably a koi or something, and I'm going to make a dachshund for him. So he had the whole Chinese tea ceremony setup going. Most of my photos are on my hard drive. The beautiful wanted poster. I saved this one. A cute cat. It's a fox, but yes. It's hard to see in that photo. But it definitely looks like a fox if you can see the whole thing. It was my first time sculpting anything in like 20 years, so, you know. I was out of practice. I could probably make a better one now. But do I want to? No. Yeah, any of my other photos from Conquest are all tied up on my external hard drive. But that's the gist of things here. Most of the time we just chill and paint. Sometimes we do co-working when I'm working on something I can't show on stream. I can also do not safe for work stuff. Unfortunately, I can't show any of that on stream, and I can't show any of it in the Discord either, because we have one minor on our Discord who is permitted to be there. Well, yeah, meeting the people at that LARP basically changed my life. I couldn't tell you how important they are to me. Too many things open. There's a really cute picture of Rios. The photographers were basically following her around the whole time. It was pretty great, which is why I'm working on my own costume. Really upping the detail and the quality. Because she keeps telling everyone, oh, this person designed my costume for me. You know, go commission them if you want a good costume. And then I'm sitting there looking like a potato. Just came out of the dirt like, hello! So I'm like, I better actually work on my costume now. And I'm working on my own tent. Yeah, she's a fae queen. I am a character who's a descendant of demons who ended up sort of splintering off into their own society on another world when they left their plane and ended up on these islands, these volcanic islands, and the QB, the succubus and incubus, mostly the succubus, just outbred everybody else. And that's how my character came to be, and he's part of that society that's matriarchal. Yeah, I'm a one playing a male character in a matriarchal society. It's like, wouldn't you want to play a female character? No. I don't know why, but I just prefer not to play female characters. Actually, I know why. It's because I'm gender neutral masculining potato bean. Yeah, I never did see the group photo. I'm scrolling back through like our photo thread. And I have never seen the group photo from this year. Here's a good picture of Deem. the Birdman. I love him so much. His character is so good, his player is good, and then every time it's like between game, and I meet this guy, and I'm like, who the hell is this? And I never know it's him because I keep forgetting what he actually looks like as a human being. I just see Deem as Birdman. And the eyes glow. And that sort of burlap thing below the beak is where his actual face is, so that's where you see him. So he's like an extra tall character. And you never actually end up looking at his face because you can't see his face. So you actually look up at the bird eyes as if they're his actual eyes. It's really amazing. I wonder if their internet died again. Koof, did your internet die again? I shall await the response. Yeah, I think Koof's internet died again. Ah! Just got disconnected from chat. This is Enokin. She's a bunny girl. She had absolutely spectacular makeup. We helped each other with our makeup sometimes in the morning. This is one of the characters. She's the oldest player in our camp, I think, and she's like second mom, but she's joining the NPC faction next year. I'm gonna miss her. I guess I'll have to fight her on the battlefield or something. It'll be my first fight. I'll go fight her. And this was the entrance to our camp. We actually had two sides to our camp. So the way the event is split up, there's all sorts of roads for separate camps. That go between all the camps and all the places. And normally your camp is only in one field, but because of space allocation shenanigans, I was in the other side, so like behind the camera there's another side to our camp, and the main road just like went through it. And like every year, we would just pull sticks and branches from the side of the road in the woods in the area and build fences out of them. And this is Arias visiting the Black Prince, who's one of the major NPC bad guys. LARP nerds are generally very kind of indoorsy people. At least I am. This event is like 5 days outdoors in August in Germany. I have a smutty picture of this guy's character that another person came to the event selling prints of. So I'm gonna take it to him next year and get it signed. For example, I left the house in March. I don't touch grass. Are there like physical reasons for that? Because if it's like, health wise, I can understand. Or if it's just because you're shy, I'm the same way. I will not go outside for weeks at a time. Because anxiety. But I will go halfway around the world to go to this event. And it's because I won a ticket. So the first year that I went, I won a contest. And I won a ticket to the event. I just had to pay for my flight and lodging. And that's why I ended up going. Because otherwise I never, on my own, would have just gone to this event. And I'm so glad that I entered that contest to win that ticket, because it changed my life. So sometimes just going outside can be good for you. It's for health reasons. Oh, yeah, no, I understand that. My knees are basically destroyed. I have a lot of trouble getting around at Conquest, but probably not as much trouble as the paraplegic. Actually, she's quadriplegic. There's one person, she goes to Conquest. I've seen her the last 2 years that I've gone, and she's in a full motorized wheelchair. She can't. She has like a tiny little remote controller, and she can only move with like her fingers. And she goes to this event. So if anyone says I can't do something, I'm like, well, she does it. I still have a lot of mobility problems, so I understand not wanting to go out, especially the ankle and knee pain. I'm really heavy, I'm not gonna lie. I am very open about the fact that I am over 300 pounds. That's why I don't show my photo, typically. I am not a great looking person. I have very poor self-confidence, but a lot of people in my life have really changed that for me. And now I just joke about it. I'm a fat potato. It's fine. I'm working on getting rid of it. I'm working on strengthening the muscles in my knees and my legs so that I can have a good time at Conquest and have a better, healthier life. Even if that means I have to stay indoors a little bit and exercise indoors instead. Even as a guy in my area, you're bullied for being weak. Yeah, I understand. Those people are assholes and they're not worth the time. So, you need to meet people like this group of people. No one in this whole group of people will ever make fun of you for being weak or sick or frail, because a lot of us have been there. So this community too, here, that you're in right now, we will never make fun of you for that. We will simply encourage you to do better for yourself. And that's what I believe in. If you're weak, get strong. If you're scared, become brave. And it's only one little step at a time. Asterisk. Asterisk. Well, we make fun of each other all the time, but it's out of love. Yes. There's that, but, like, if you're uncomfortable with that, you just say so and we won't do it. Because we respect each other. Yeah, what Neff said. Well, Neff kind of knows all about the fighting people. But you know what? Strength comes in many different forms. And having the strength not to get angry is also power. I think being able to remain calm and respectful and still be able to kick ass and absolutely not kick ass when you can is also a form of strength. Well, yeah. That too. It wasn't just for strength. Are you in America or overseas, Koof? Because I find, like, in places like the UK, there's a lot of like UK and other parts of Europe, there's a lot of things about, like, getting into fights and, like, just being, you know, big beef man, really, like, I must fight things because I'm a man, is a thing overseas. Less so in America. They have less of the, like, I'm a man and I fight things, and as opposed to, I'm a man and I'm angry and can't associate with my feelings. That's American views. Whereas, like, Europe is like, I'm man, I must fight. Wasn't even out of anger. The group just wanted to be strong dudes. And oh, yeah, the taint. Yeah, no. Women don't like that. We really, really don't. Like, tapping into my inner feminine side, we really hate that shit. We hate men who are like, I'm man, I must fight, I can't have feeling. We hate that. Especially when they're like, I'm gonna make up for my lack of everything else skills and be, just be angry. And make up for lack of everything else skills with fighting and rage. Women don't like that. We find it off-putting. A lot of women just really find it off-putting. And then there are some who also really like that. Like, I guess it's like 50-50 because, like, those guys still get girls, but they always get the wrong kind of girls. They never get the girls that they want. They want the girls who have, you know, caring and values and shit. Not sluts. But they don't want those. They don't actually want those girls because they're not sluts. It's really confusing. They're very contradictory people. For what it's worth, they targeted your weak points because they couldn't fight you straight up and fairly. Yeah. Remember when I started getting leg issues, they started kicking the shit out of my legs and calling me a weak. Yeah. And no, those guys are just, they're just cowardly assholes, man. Like, Yeah. They're just being pussy cowards. But, that's how you win a fight is you hit people where they're weakest, right? That's sort of like the whole point. That's called tactics. Let me see if I can find a good picture of the kind of shit that happens at Conquest. Because if you like fighting, but you want to fight and not get hurt, and you want to, learn how to uplift other people, I recommend LARP. Find a good LARP. Like, we got guys in full plate mail lifting up bail here. Hey, Fantasy, welcome back. Yeah, we got a new person. Remember not wanting to take Crush to school because my environment felt weak, so I just rely on pain meds and will lower willpower. It was horrible. Yeah. Crutches are a great improvised weapon. Yeah, you gotta think like a warrior. Nothing says fuck off and leave me alone quite like a crutch tip to the nose. Yeah, fair enough. They came in because of the art, and we got to chatting. And I was showing off stuff from Conquest. I'm trying to find, like, a shot of the battlefield. Like a good one. The thing about LARP, like, you might be fighting other people, but the whole thing is about creating play for others and uplifting other people to make them and you have a good experience together. And I think that teaches a lot of social skills that that really help people grow. And no matter how old you are, it's good for you. It changed my life. I can't express how important Conquest is to me. Yeah, Fantasy Apprentice is on the is Silver on the Discord, or Silver is Fantasy on the Discord. Yeah, that is long for me. My throat barometer's going off a little bit, but I'd rather hang out with the new person for a little bit, get them introduced to our community, our hobby. Yeah, there's a lot of like weird things about European culture, especially if it's I find the UK and Ireland, Australia, places like Bulgaria, Romania, they tend to have those, like, if you show any weakness, you're just gonna get eaten alive by wolves. And, like, beating up and bullying and fighting and even to some degree, like, physiological and psychological torture are just like a common thing there, and it's just astounding to me. As a Canadian, I'm just like, what the fuck? And like, keep in mind, the Geneva Convention exists because of my people. And even we're like, what the hell is wrong with you? Why are you like this all the time? We only get like this in war. We save all of our rage for real enemies, not the people around us. Being able to disabled because it's manly. Yeah, it's not manly beating up a disabled kid. You know what's manly? Befriending the disabled kid. Because that shows that you're not afraid of something that's different. That's the thing, like, I look at people who beat and bully others up because they're slightly different, and I'm like, you're scared. You're just a pussy. And you don't know how to handle your fear because you are the opposite of what you claim to be. That's the way I see it. I see people who are like, oh, I need to go fight something, you know? And I'm like, what are you scared of? Why do you feel the need to be so vicious all the time? What's so frightening? It's like an angry kitten. It's just like, it's scared, so it's acting out. It's showing violence as a form of strength. Instead, the strongest thing you can show is love. It's never a war crime the first time. You know what? I'm glad you got out of that community, because now you're here in this community. And this community is full of really awesome people from all walks of life. All backgrounds, spectrums, everything. And I love it. I love how varied it is. You'll find that we are the biggest fucking nerds on the planet. We're probably the kind of people that you used to beat up. Oh! So you're... No! Don't tickle me! Geneva suggestions. Okay, yeah, so what, you're, Middle East? I'm guessing? Approaching Middle East? Casually let it be other way, yeah. No, that explains a lot, too. That explains a lot about the fighting and the beating up of the disabled kid. Yeah. That's, something that's gonna have to become a cultural shift. And the only thing that's going to fix that is a big cultural shift. A huge one. Yeah, what Neff said. Knocking someone down is easy, raising someone up is hard, but far more rewarding. Planning to make a LARP where everyone is welcome, and yes, it will be wheelchair accessible. Well, I mean, Conquest is in some ways wheelchair accessible to some degree, and you're allowed to have pets. I saw someone with a parrot last year, like they had a rainbow macaw. They just had a person casually walking down the street with a whole ass rainbow macaw on their shoulder, and I'm like, what the hell? Could be Middle East, could be India, could be Southern Asian countries like Cambodia. Yeah. There's a lot of areas in the world where, like, that kind of behavior is still acceptable, and it's just so unfortunate because, like, their societies could be so much better if they just lifted each other up. And, like, you know, America is not that much better. Canadians are still African. Oh, okay. Interesting. I've never met someone from an African country before. The closest I've gotten is I haven't met him yet, but I watch him as Rendog from the Hermitcraft server. He's in South Africa. Actually, I think Ross Riders is supposed to be going on a trip to somewhere in Africa soon. Yeah, I'm not as familiar with African cultures and laws and countries either. You know, Rendog's hilarious. He's a sweet bean. Well, I hope things work out. And I hope you get to see your grandma, Ross. But yeah, I think like the whole like fighting the whole fighting thing is like it's just a cultural shift thing that would happen. Um I don't know why that Canada seems so different from other nations. I just don't. It's weird because when I hear about people from other countries, even America, right next door to us, people are like, "Oh yeah, I fight all the time," and I'm just like, "This is something I've never encountered." And like, you look at the Americans, and they're just a big bunch of bullies too, and I'm just like, "Oh, why can't you get along?" But it's like the individual people themselves are fine, and like my cross section of people I interact with are very uplifting and wonderful people, and like these guys, they know how to fight. I also know how to fight. I'm police trained. I've done kung fu and aikido and Shaolin well, stick fighting with rattan sticks, so rattan stick fighting, Shaolin kung fu specifically, and I've done 2 variations of aikido. Glade Knight! Welcome back. Yes, yes, you should go to Mythodia. Join us at Dendronia. The best camp. Well, actually, there's a lot of camps that are great. Here's Bale doing Bale things. He's part of staff, so he gets to have tech on him. But normally you wouldn't see technology, but he's like one of the official photographers and staff members and whatnot. Bale! Bale on a bike! Somebody needs to remake that song, not using AI. Just so that I can share it to people. Too nice to be American? Well, you see, that's the thing. If all of the nice Americans became Canadians, then there wouldn't be any nice Americans left. We need all of the nice Americans to just really rise up and be like, no, we've got to be good people. Yeah, well, it'd be the casually beating your wife thing. Like, that's pretty illegal. Yeah, no, AI only belongs in sciences. And absolutely not in fucking law enforcement. There's so many cases now of like these AI systems getting people falsely arrested for crimes they didn't commit because it's like this is a 100% match. And it's like it's not that guy. It's like that guy's never even been to this state. I'm pretty sure Ross Ryder's great grandparents probably didn't emigrate to America willfully. Neff. If you catch my drift. Maybe great-great-grandparents. Unfortunately, from what I've seen, I don't think people care. Done my research and people really don't care what artists have to say. Yeah. Eventually, there will always be people who need real artists. And there will always be people who prefer the real art to the fake art. Hira! Hello! Posture check. Everybody on shrimp line spines. Give your sides a little stretch. We'll wave back and forth. Seaweed in the ocean currents. Crescent moon ass looking. Weird bendy crustaceans. Yeah, many say artists are just selfish. You know, the, like, decades of practice and hard work that we put in, the sleepless hours. I tried reading some studies about AI, and it's not the nicest conclusions. Many people say artists are just being selfish and arrogant, and that they can be replaced. Some use the argument it's our own fault for doing art. You know what? The AI wouldn't exist without us. The AI wouldn't have anything to train on if it weren't for actual artists. There will just be less artists. But I think the ones who stick at it will be the ones to make it. You want to do Empire in UK? You're overseas, right, Glade? Yeah, like fantasy would hire a real artist. And I've been hired to do some book covers. That was one of the first commissions I ever did. One of the ones I consider an actual commission and not just like what I would price a scab at now, which is like $30. Yeah, we're not making that like what was it, that fantasy theme park thing that flopped horribly? We're not making that. Oh, in the US, yeah. There are Empire factions in the US. Have you seen Reckoning as well? They moved down to Kentucky from Tennessee, I think. And then there were tornadoes last time it ran. AI art stands are just faces for leopards to feast on. Yep. And every time an artist gets caught using AI in the art community, they ruin their careers. Their careers are just straight up done. You're going to the airport soon. Well, have a safe flight if you're flying. If you're picking someone up, I hope they have a safe flight. Either way, have a safe journey to and from the airport. Yeah, I wouldn't mind going to Reckoning. I now live 2 hours away from Beacoline, but Beacoline isn't as RP heavy as Conquest is, and I much prefer the RP as opposed to the fighting because, well, I'm not very strong or healthy, so having the physical problems makes fighting LARPs difficult for me. Yeah, we want to do crafting classes, probably permaculture stuff, homesteading, but more like a cross between Upper Canada Village and a LARP. Reckoning has not been canceled. No, Reckoning's still going. They just had some issues second year that they needed to work out. We'll see if they continue. I would want more experience running a LARP. Especially a large LARP before I really get into making one myself. So, like, I would want to work with probably some of the local groups for smaller LARPs and then move up and maybe work with Bergschneider on Conquest to get a handle on things. I do know that AI is really bad for the environment and very expensive. Yep, it's also increasing costs for everybody around the US or anywhere where an AI data center goes in terms of electricity, because all of those power lines and the infrastructure all has to go in, and it's being pushed down to the consumer level, all those prices. It's insane. Like, the price of electricity in the US has gone up by 30% in the last 8 months. Not to mention the price of RAM and hard drives is now going up because now we have to store all of that data too. And like, I need to replace my hard drive soon, and I'm like, I don't know whether I should wait for AI to collapse or buy one now and just suffer with the pricing. But like, if my RAM stick dies, I won't be able to afford a new one. It's gotten so expensive that I simply won't be able to afford a new one. And that's terrifying because like, this is my whole income right now. Yeah, AR will become more expensive because once the bubble pops, it will no longer be free. And it will be very expensive when it's no longer free. It's well overdue to pop, and it's going to crash the economy when it does. You're probably going to look at another 2008. Oh, is that why they moved? Because the castle property was sold? Yeah, Shad. We don't talk about Shad. We just call him Shat now. Indiana. Okay, they were in Kentucky before, but now they're in Indiana. Some say the government will bail them out. I don't think the government has enough money to bail them out. They gave, what, like $40 billion to Argentina or something? Or was it 40 trillion? I don't know. It was a lot of money. That probably should not have gone to Argentina. Yeah, the Far Reich needs to go. Actually, not even the Far Reich. They're just the Reich now. The right's gone. It's just the Reich. Yeah, we've entered late stage capitalism. We've been there for a little while, and we're overdue for the revolution. Yeah, I'll just don't worry about enough. The chances of my RAM crapping out are very slim. I mean, it's only 2 years old. What? No, 3, 4 years old. My computer's still running great, although one of the bearings in my AIO is going. It makes a little clicky noise. And hopefully I'll just have to replace the bearing and not the whole thing. I would rather not have to replace the whole AIO. That would be such a waste. If I could just replace the fan, then that's a lot cheaper and creates a lot less waste. Remember that time when an AI streamer roasted Asmongold? I don't know. I do watch Asmon, but no, depending on the AIO, you can change out the fans in some parts. Like, they are sealed, but it depends on the AIO. These data centers are also consuming water, underground water, which is non-renewable. Yep. Will be a magic oracle. Yeah, you don't want singularity. That's probably when the human race dies. I worry about that. But that's also part of the reason, like, why I'm interested in learning other skills and building a library of skills and information offline in a place so that information exists that's untainted by artificial intelligence. I am very much a fan of still printed books. I understand the value of physical media. Yeah, I mean, it can do the mathematical calculations faster than we ever could. Like, the number crunching potential is extreme. The scientific output of AI, absolutely, but not for art. The most valuable thing you can have in the apocalypse is knowledge. Knowledge! Yep. Solve gravity. Gravity's not a problem. Remember my friend, not Ross Writers, but a different Ross, is like, he was telling me about this time in high school when some kid tried to argue with him that there's no gravity in space because that's why you float. No, it can only deal with the data sets that we give it. Now it can try to logic things out using mathematics and number crunching that we can't do. But things like protein folding, absolutely, it will be great for protein folding for medical breakthroughs and like scientific breakthroughs for energy production, so like fusion, and anything else, engineering. We punch in the numbers, and as long as our numbers are correct, the outputs that we get, it's beyond anything that humanity can do. But that's why quantum computing is so important, because we can do that protein folding. Instead of waiting for one protein to fold, we can fold infinitely. Infinite energy is a myth? Well, yes. You can't have constant growth in a closed system. Even the universe is not infinite. We know this. It's finding the way to recycle energy efficiently. His argument is that we think that, but AI will be powerful enough to solve it. Well, the thing is, like, we don't know what we don't know. And the more you know you don't know. So we might find some way to harness something outside of the bounds of reality. Or maybe we don't understand reality enough to know that there's something else there. We also know that there's unaccounted for energy calculations in the universe. And we don't know where this is, and that's why we call it dark energy, because we can't see it. It's not that it's black or something, we just literally can't see it. It really thinks AI is God. Wow. The closest thing you get is singularity. Yeah, it's still using something. I mean, the universe had to come from somewhere. Something created everything that's here, and we're still trying to work out and understand that. And that's where AI can help us do the calculations that we can't do because there isn't enough computational power in the human brain, combined with the length of time our species has existed. And then we'll have trans-dimensional invasions because our energy consumption is destroying their reality. Oh! Remember my Tenfaro from the Horizon games? Yep. The most annoying part is I think he used ChatGPT because he kept using those annoying dashes and language sounds, something like ChatGPT would say. The thing is, like, I use the M dash. I've been using the M dash in my writing for years, well before AI. That's just part of how my writing is. And the way ChatGPT got that writing is from other people's writing. And also ChatGPT uses the rules of English properly. So it has proper grammar that we're not used to. So someone like me who has a degree in English, I have an honors degree in English rhetoric and professional writing, I write very well. I don't speak very well, but I write very well. And it's very easy to confuse my writing with ChatGPT now, and that is the most infuriating thing to me as a writing artist. Who uses an M dash on Reddit or EM? It's EM dash. Who uses an M dash on Reddit? I do. I use proper grammar everywhere I go, unless I'm being an idiot, which is like 30% of the time I'm being a silly idiot on the internet. But when I actually like write something, like I leave a comment, it's usually something constructive because I've just always been that way. So who uses an M dash on Reddit? I do. I use the M dash on Reddit. I construct proper sentences and have proper paragraph structures on Reddit. I'm that person. And I will die before I ever use AI for anything. I won't even use the AI shortcut searches for like Google, DuckDuckGo, or anything like that. Or if you're like me and have dyslexia, or you've been writing a long time. M dash is more functionally acceptable than the semicolon because most people don't know how to use a semicolon. Yeah, no, you get it with every AI bro, Ross. Like, they will try to convince you of the cult. It's like religion. They're so obsessed with it that it's the be-all and end-all of their existence. This is why I'm also an anti-theist, because I have this thing called a brain, and I like to use it. I like to exercise my brain. You know, even touching up an art piece with AI is not acceptable. Yeah, like even Photoshop requires skill. Yes. Neff's point, actual true AI and not just an LLM is a free thinking being. Like Data from Star Trek, that would be a life form. It has consciousness and sentience and sapience. Not just sentience, but sapience. That is when I'm fine with a machine making art. Because it creates something. Like, there was a whole episode of TNG about that. Is Data a person, or is he a machine that's property of Starfleet? Honestly, your writing is perfectly fine, Koof. You, I haven't seen you make any egregious mistakes at all. So you're doing just fine for someone who's really dyslexic. Uh, I will have to see what happens with my brother, whether I go with him to his appointment, or if I just stay here. See also Ghost in the Shell, yes. Your spelling was so bad, you remember in high school, you got a 2 out of 60 in a spelling test. Well, your spelling is really good right now. So, high school doesn't matter. I mean, you could be using spell check, but, you know, it's just rote memorization. I spell things incorrectly, and I have an English degree, so. I mean, I've played the Horizon games, so, well, I've watched Sai play the Horizon games, my former roommate. Uh, there's an episode where Data plays the piano, and one of the crew tries to explain to him that he knows the keys, but he doesn't feel the music. Yep. Make a great point that Data can play any music, but he had never succeeded at jazz or blues because that's played based on instinct or feeling of the flow. Yes. Yeah, it was Riker. Yes, yes, your in English is terribly. I don't know whether you did that on purpose or not, but it was funny. You did that on purpose, terribly. Sometimes it's hard to tell with you, Fantasy. But normally you would spell the terrible without the double E at the end. Normally that's what you would do with your spelling. You say terrible, and like you would put the OL instead of the LE. And you do that a lot, actually. And that's just the dyslexia and English being your second language. And, like, yeah, that's fine. I never point it out because it's just like, well, I'm not gonna, like, slag you on stream. But, like, I know your spelling well enough that most of the time I can read it. Sometimes I get confused. But also, I think sometimes you type really fast. And letters get missed. And then I get really confused. Look, researching AI and coming to the correct conclusion that it's bad and you shouldn't put anything into it except to poison it further is a good thing, because that means you took the time to learn. It's like being anti-religious and actually reading religious texts and being like, okay, I understand these points and I am against these points. Like, I have read parts of the Bible and I'm still against religion. I got kicked out of Sunday school along with my brother when we were kids. Poor grandma, grandpa, they were mortified. We asked too many questions. And I was like 4. I was just following my brother. He was 8. Yeah, well, I mean, I'm also the person, Neff, who's like, decimate does not mean to absolutely destroy. The real term of decimate was to reduce by 10%. Because deci. Yeah, if one of my friends put my stuff into AI, I'd be so mad at them. I'd never forgive them. It's like that one time I loaned my Trigun DVDs to my friend, and I was like, "Do not rip these. You can borrow them anytime you like, but please don't rip them. I know you do a lot of DVD ripping, but I paid $300 for these DVDs because it's back when anime was like still new in North America, and DVDs were still new, and it was like my high school graduation gift from my mom." And what did he do? He ripped them. I never let him borrow my stuff again. As a matter of fact, I stopped hanging out with him pretty much after that. After running to the little demon's room, I'll be right back. Alright, I'm back. Hi. Even if it's good for the economy, it's killing the world so fast, it's just a genuine waste of money and energy. Yeah. Look, if everybody's dead because we have no environment because of AI, there'll be no economy for it to be good for. Held for misogyny, the word hoe. I guess you can't talk about gardening on Twitch either. I know. I know. I used to play a game where you couldn't type the word hole, like a hole in the ground. I was trying to talk about a hole that I was digging in the backyard with my brother to build a pond, and I couldn't type the word hole in any sense of the word. And so I was like, a pit in the earth. I have to allow so many things when Ross gets going. Bite their asses was also like held for bullying. Welcome back. Drink up, yes. Where wins meet? No, because then I can't see the chat. I only have to pop in and like do the daily login. Otherwise, it's just me running around the world and collecting stuff. Fan development is slowed down and scaled according to how much energy we could spare. Sure, I understand that there's so much wrong with it. How the hell is OpenAI gonna pay $1.5 trillion. Yeah, they aren't. That's being passed down to the consumer. The people are paying it, not the company. And hide away in a bunker and out of space. Well, if they hide in a bunker, I'm just gonna find their air intake and stuff it shut with concrete. See how long they last then. Okay, take the dollar today instead of $1,000 in a week. Whatever fills their wallets fastest at the expense of everyone else. Yeah, really. I'd rather go back to when we could trade good for something else. It's yeah, the barter and trade system. Yeah, people are doing that. Money only works when the people trust it. And when people stop trusting the money, they will find another way to trade equal value for things. It can't. It can't, Goof. It's called the debt bubble, and it will burst, and it will be catastrophic. It's like, it'll be the 2008 financial crisis all over again. It will be the Great Depression all over again. Sharpens guillotine blades. Yup. Oops, we're broke, bankrupt, sorry, debt unpaid, don't care. What? Meanwhile, they're getting like a $1 trillion payout package. Cough, Elon Muskrat. Saves ammunition. Why do others gotta pay for their fuck ups? Because we let them. It's straight up, we let them do it to us. The public just bends over and takes it. And when the public no longer bends over and takes it, you get situations like Vive la Revolution in France, where the guillotine comes in very handy. Fantasy, I need to figure out what to make for you. It's probably going to be a tea pet. Aw, thanks, Glade. Yeah, we're talking about some heavy stuff all of a sudden. So, I understand if you want to, like, take a little kickback from that. Just, get some popcorn, sit back and watch. That's how companies work in the capitalist society. When they can't pay their debt, they just stop trying. Yep. People at the top collect everything, stuff their bank accounts, then default on their debt and run away with full pockets. They always do that, and I'm like, I wish governments would stop allowing them to. The stuff I'm gonna sell and brick up the walls. Just a cask of Amontillado them. Conclapster! Thanks for the hydrate. Yeah, the healthcare CEO guy. I'm very much of an opinion that the whole Mario Party needs to get on out there into the field. Eggs are expensive now. Someone has to pay trillions because people loved gooning to AI chatbots. Yep. You can just find porn on the internet. I mean, there's enough VTubers with big tits out there. Like, come on, man. I actively chose not to be a VTuber with big tits. Mostly because I'm masculine and gender neutral. But You know. I decided to play on hard mode in the VTubing community. I'm not all about boobs, even though I'm an incubus. I just happen to be a gay incubus. Scared of women's. But I like taking tropes and turning them on their heads. I only voted for him to lower the price of eggs when we all told you it would only make the eggs more expensive. I ignored your compliment. It might have gone by too fast. Oh, for the amazing look, fantasy. I'm just a friend, okay? You're also an amazing friend. I'm not good at this compliment thing, okay? Demons aren't used to this kind of shit. Especially not tomorrow. Like, we're like, I curse you to lose your keys for a week because I'm petty. Well, that's because they're all sociopaths, Nev. How you doing today, Conk? Yeah, we're having an extra long stream. Streams this long, Koof, are very rare. I normally go for 3 hours. But, like, 2 hours of my 3-hour stream were basically silent. Let's switch back to Reginald here, because I'm going a bit blind from that sunny photo. I used to think he wasn't that bad, and then I dug into the clusterfuck that was the president. Yeah, Koof. It's pretty bad. Canada is kind of feeling the Ukraine pinch right now, where we kind of know how they're feeling. It's making us very nervous. We're putting together a citizen army, standing citizen army of 300,000. At least our government's considering it, and I'm going to be joining it. I'm going to learn how to fly drones. I might have to fight my American neighbors if things get really bad, and I'm really concerned about that. Why such a long stream? We're just chilling out. We got Koof, a new person, and we started talking about LARP, and then we filtered into AI, and yeah, Ross, don't be misanthropic. There are good people. I mean, there's good people in this chat, and there's billions more just like us. Hard for me to walk away. I can't walk away from a good conversation, especially when we're talking about, you know, philosophy, essentially, and the future, and the present. Never thought the leopard would eat my face! Gotta get the voice crack! At least you don't have people who scam the government. Someone here got millions of dollars. Said we would build a car powered on radio waves. Oh my god. They believe that? Christ. Meanwhile, Canadian companies are having trouble getting going because of all of the rules. Because we've got a Canadian company called Edison Motors, making fun of Tesla Motors, and they're building electric trucks. Not like pickup trucks, but like transport trucks. Or hybrid, I think. Are they hybrid or electric now? And like they're having so much trouble getting going because of all of the like government red tape. Cognitive dissonance. I want to kick it in the face. Yeah, I think all the Trump voters, likewise, like you said, after the one, they should be the ones paying the debts. the Trump voters should be paying the debts for the crashed economy too. Anyone who voted Republican. Big, tired, and sad. Almost whole D&D party canceled for tomorrow. Aww. I didn't get to do my craft night last week either. Everybody canceled.
Ravenwings88 is visiting the island.
Hello, Ravenwings. How did you find us? Please let us know. I'm a little bit behind on chat. I'm scrolling real fast to catch up. Hi! How did you find us? I'm Sayeka. I am a Deborah, descendant of the incubus and succubus demons who took over the islands. And, I'm an incubus. QB for gender neutral. We do art. We're talking about, like, heavy stuff in chat right now. But welcome to the community. Welcome to the islands. Someone they say electric. Oh man. This is why, like, science education is so important. Some bit did of what if the US tried to invade Canada? If the US tried to invade Canada, yes, everything goes to shit. And they would not win because we're vicious. We're scary. It wasn't even for Christmas-related reasons. Aww. Yeah, that's the crinkle emote. It's the Q-burrito. You can get electricity from radio rays, but not enough to power a car. Yeah, serious environmental issues. And health issues. Yeah. Said he can't share the blueprints because the American government will kill him! Oh my god. Just take the money back from him. Ugh. You liberals who have no power are responsible for this. Yep. I love the random capitals and numbers. I love it. A lot of people here don't trust Western science. I watched a recent documentary on the Ebola outbreak, and that tracks. Oof. That really tracks. We Canadians send out the Air Force most elite division. The Canada geese! Create a new term for Geneva suggestions. I know you? I know you IRL. Oh, there's cheese.
Can I get one of those element packages?
What?
Can I get one of those element packages?
What happened to the one I gave you last night?
I think Dad threw it out, actually.
What?
I think Dad threw it out. He didn't know what it was, so he just thirsted. Frustrating.
Oh my god. That's so expensive.
I know, pick a random flavor. Please and thank you.
Raspberry. I'll have to get some more for, summer. Sorry, my brother's not feeling well, so he came to me for an element packet. But this motor is doing hybrid, and it's more efficient than gas or electric to combine both, yeah. So they said they use ancient Egyptian knowledge to find the ability to build air-powered electricity. Oh my god. Science literacy is such a problem. Raven Wings 88. You're gonna have to tell me here. God, you guys are talking so fast I can't even catch up! There aren't enough of us in power, yeah. Koof, it sounds like you need to get into government, man. Like, get into government, change shit. Get enough of your own people who think like you together, and change shit. God, that's so awful. Lots of people probably revolt if the U.S. went to war with Canada. Oh, absolutely. A good 50% of your problem. You'd have civil war before the U.S. even crossed the border. Tangerine Tyrant, we'll just take Canada, and we'll burn down the White House. Again. Yeah, we wanna build our little LARP town thing because we just really want to have a safety net. Yep. I'll let Cheese know. We're already on the island. Meow meow. Are you, Konekachu? One person said his dead uncle gave him the ability to tell the future, so give him money and he will fix the world economy, and he got 500,000 USD. Ugh! That would pay for LARP Town. Your taxes go to AI, our taxes go to morons. Well, you know what? They go to the same place. Scammers. Please don't embrace the ill. Stop the spread of disease and sickness. Yeah, I think Cheese picked up a bug, probably grocery shopping last week, so we're probably going to be sick for Christmas here, which kind of sucks. Some guy said that the world would end and people were selling their stuff. Well, Koof, that happened on TikTok as well. They said the rapture was coming, and so people went, like, whole hog. So you're not the only one who has stupid people in their sphere. The Western people are fucking idiots, too. There's just fucking stupid people everywhere. I can't even. Okay. Alright. Why did you change your name? Our taxes go to AI through morons. It's not that different. Yeah. Yeah. Rebranding for reasons. Fair enough. I hope things are going okay in your life. I know last time we talked, things were a little bit turbulent. And everyone on TikTok, the guy who said that was African, and everyone was saying, you know what? It was a lot of people in the West. A lot of people in the West believed him too. And they still believe it. They just keep pushing the goalpost further back, and it's like, nah. God doesn't exist. That's just how it is. It's not real. If God exists, so does Santa Claus and the Easter Bunny. An egg-laying rabbit. That gives kids diabetes. Ah, I see. Yeah, Ross over here connecting everything to video games and media. The Easter platypus, yes. I've seen those comments and videos that say Jesus is praying for you. Oh, God. I can't even get away from the turn of phrase, oh, God. It's just so ingrained in society. You say something against you, but called the Antichrist. I value being called the Antichrist. The anguish of these people sustains me. I like you, Koof. I'm glad you showed up. Flip, flop. God, I hope they make those characters. The flip flop thing is from Kit and Maddie of the Skill Tree YouTube channel, who are the ones that Lord Fox and Lady Crow in the painting earlier I showed you. They got really tired at Conquest first year, and they were coming back from the bathrooms, and they were talking about, I guess, characters or something, and they came up with 2 goblin characters named Flip and Flop, and that's all they would say. So they'd be like, Flip, Flop, Flip, Flop, and they were just really, really tired, and so insanity happened. And I hope to God they make those characters one day, because it'll be just priceless. It's like that story of the the 2 goblin characters who were just like trying to sneak up on somebody, but they were really loud about it on purpose. And it was just like the funniest goddamn thing. I wish that they would stream on Twitch. I really wish that Kit and Maddie would stream on Twitch, because I hate interacting with live streams on YouTube. It's just awful. I am thinking of multi-streaming to Kick, just to, you know, there's very few people in the art category there, and the LARP category basically doesn't exist on either platform. Look, it's money. It's income, and Twitch doesn't exactly treat their VTubers very well. And so if VTubers start leaving Twitch for places like Kick, it might encourage Twitch to treat their VTubers a bit better. The one I always liked was God and Jesus want you to kneel, pray, and be a good boy or a good girl, repent and do no harm. Just remember the devil is all inclusive and accept everyone just the way they are. Yep. I think that's why I like Asmon. Like, I don't agree with him, but he's very, like, clear and honest about who he is. Like, he's very upfront about his views. He doesn't hide anything. Sometimes I find him to be kind of a terrible person, but that's my personal opinion. And he's allowed to have his personal opinion, and that's what having freedom is about. You know, he's allowed to have his opinions. I'm allowed to have my opinions. We're allowed to disagree. And as long as we don't cause each other harm, then that's all that matters. As long as we're not harming anybody. Kick pays out like 90% of your subscription, though. Yeah, they do. The Kick pays more than Twitch does. By the way, I also want to tell you something. If you're scammed by a Nigerian, just know they're bragging about it on Instagram. It's a very open secret. I remember my friend would openly brag about his dad scamming and stealing from people. Wow. It's another thing I'm not sure many people know. They see videos about people catching scammers. Yeah. Twitch takes like 60%. Unless you're a big streamer. Once again, it's the poor people get the short end of the stick. It's like, I pay fees on my bank account because I have less money. I love watching those scammer catch videos. I really want to just steal all the money from the scammers. I wish I could scam the scammers and take the money from them and then put it to good use. I wish I was smart enough to do that kind of shit. Well, you see, like, I don't like Asmongold, but I also like him. I am neutral towards him because I like to know what the other side is thinking, and he's very much a mouthpiece for the other side. And he has a lot of their opinions, but he also has a lot of good takes too. He has good takes and he has bad takes, just like any person. I'm sure I've got bad takes, I just don't openly say them. Mostly because I would get banned from the platforms if I did. And people from his community would probably actually try to kill me if I gave my takes on those sides. Because unlike my side of the community, we don't actually go out and try to actively harm people. Their side are the ones who do the school shootings. Yeah, he does say the dumbest stuff with his full chest. I disagree with like 90% of what he says, and maybe 10%. What I like about him is he's openly honest about it. And he knows that he's a fucking asshole. And he's like, yes, I know. And if I'm one of these people that gets screwed because of my opinion, so be it. But this is where I stand. And I'm like, yeah, fair enough. You're allowed to have those thoughts and those opinions. Being angry will just make him laugh at you. Exactly. Like, he doesn't give a shit because he's a sociopath. And I have very little problem with this because I know where he stands. I could have a conversation with Asmongold and not feel like I'm being handled with kid gloves or treated disrespectfully. Because he treats everybody the same way. If he's an asshole to me, I know he's treating me exactly the way he treats everyone else, and that he doesn't just hate me for being gender neutral, a VTuber, etc., etc., etc. And like he said, he wants his community to hold him accountable, but if his community is full of people who don't hold him accountable for the things he says, how can he become a better person if there's nobody like me in his community? Right? Thanks for the hydrate, conk. That's the way I see it. If you completely push these people out and just be like, oh, I hope you die, that's not very constructive. Hearing their opinions and then talking about them and making them feel like they're actually heard might help in might help in like changing their opinions. And like, I would love to have a conversation with Asmon. He asked for his community to hold him accountable, so I consider myself a person in his community. I just have vastly different views from the rest of his community. I am one of the outlying edge cases in his community, where I only leave comments when I have something constructive to say. I don't say stupid shit. I'm not racist. I'm not religious. I am anti-fascist, you know, and I believe in having conversations about gender versus sex, and I think it's important that we do for various reasons, and I would love to have that conversation with him, but I am nowhere near big enough for him to ever notice. Yeah, Asmon even roasts his chat, and he knows that. He does that all the time, and I think it's hilarious that he does that. It's like, these people still come back to watch him, and he calls them all a bunch of fucking retards. To quote him. And, like, I will use the R word in terms of, like, medical terminology. Like, my cat is retarded because, well, his growth was stunted for whatever various reasons. So, like, I will still use the R word, and if somebody wants to cancel me for using the R word in the medical terminology way that it's meant to be used, like, fuck them. That's just the way I feel about it. We have a posture check. Everybody on Shrimp Thine Spines? crescent moon croissant looking weird creature. Getting a little streak in there too. Just straighten out that croissant ass of yours. I just stretched conch. Get a bigger streak. Yeah. I'm sorry that you don't get my weird avatar doing weird things. It's like watching shitty anime. Yes. It's like a guilty pleasure. Oh, see you later, Neff. Just for long stream. Meta. We await the meta. Yeah, like Asmon still supports AI and stuff too, and like I disagree with it. Dude was so stupid he got fooled by an AI video. The AI is getting really good too. It's bad that it's getting so good because if more people aren't aware, they're gonna get fooled by it. But like Raven, who just came in, she didn't know that AI was so bad for the environment. Most people have no clue. And unless somebody explicitly tells them, the rest of the world, like, no offense, she's a pretty common person. So, I consider her in the average of people not in tech, not science-oriented and science-driven. So, if she doesn't know, most people aren't going to know that AI is actually really bad for the environment, no matter how much the internet circles talk about it. And until the mainstream news really starts pushing how bad it is for the environment, which they won't, because they're all owned by the big companies that own all of the AI stuff, unless it happens, the majority of the population has no idea. And they don't see the harm in it. Yeah, there's so many, and like Asmon's not the smartest guy. My one of my favorite YouTubers though still is probably Charlie. Like I love Moist Critical. He's great. He's a nice guy. He's honest. He tells people when they're being shitheads. I really love Charlie. Asmon is like a weird guilty pleasure. Today's meta entry is the beautiful, illustrious luminary Hadrosaurus falci. Let us go look this up. Oh, my taskbar is not working again. Hadrosaurus falci, known as Falci's bulky lizard, is a genus of hadrosaurid dinosaur that lived in North America during the late Cretaceous period, approximately 83.6 to 77.9 million years ago. It's notable for being the most nearly complete dinosaur skeleton ever discovered in North America. From Wikipedia. Let us go get a picture. There is Dinosaurus. This is what we do sometimes when Conk is here. Goof, we look up dinosaurs, because Conk really likes dinosaurs. This is pretty standard dinosaur. Oh, it's like the Ducky. It's like Ducky. Fox News. F-A-U-X. Faux news. It's the first mounted dinosaur in history. Yeah, it's like saying a car is bad for the environment. Yeah, most people... A car is bad for the environment. If one car is bad for the environment, AI is like 100 million cars. Versus one car. That's the difference. Yeah, well, most people don't care because most societies are programmed to not care. We're programmed to want more and need more. But on that note, I am going to rate us out to somebody because I am losing my voice. And it's probably going to be Zeogrim. I think the Asmon talk probably made Neff a little bit upset, so we'll try not to bring up Asmon too often. He is a bit of a douche canoe, but that's okay. I'm in his community to keep an eye on it and see what's going on there, so I'm not caught off guard. That's why I'm there. A friend of mine didn't even believe what I was saying. Yeah, well, most people just they cognitive dissonance. It's bad. So /raid Zeogrim. Let's go to Oni Daddy. Don't worry, I'll never say that again. I promise. Everybody, thank you so much for coming today and sitting with me in the very, very extra long, almost 6-hour stream. My voice is dead. I am not going to say another word for the rest of the day. My throat is very sore now, and I might be sick by Friday because if my brother's sick. Yeah. Calls himself Boba Papa. Yep. Oni Daddy. Alright, let's go. And, Koof, welcome to the community. And, Raven, welcome back to the community as your other self. Everybody have a fantastic day. I might see you tomorrow. I might not. There will be an announcement in the Discord chat otherwise. Alright. I love you. Bye-bye.